There you go. Okay, let's make some noise. Hey, let's try this. Okay, let's make some noise. Beautiful. Thank you, guys. You are the best.
I know, right? I don't even know how that would work. I know we had a waiver for 14.
I mean, what's the first one?
I know the other teachers don't need to do
Roll call vote. Mr. Brian Goodball.
Here.
Lieutenant Colonel Price. Mr. David R. Garcia. Mr. David R. Garcia. Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
Here.
Mr. James Glucy. Mr. James Glucy. Ms. Delma Salinas.
Here.
And Mr. Corey Garza is present. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present, and this workshop has been posted in accordance with Government Code, Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meeting. This workshop will be live video streamed at http://bit.ly/3SROL This time, is there any public participation? If there's none, we'll go ahead and move into the workshop again with the ESSER grant. This time, give the floor to Dr. Sandoval and Dr. Buren.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garza, Board President, Board Trustees, and Dr. Pettis. We're here today to have the workshop for the ESSER 3 grant. I know we've kind of given you a brief on it in previous board meetings. We wanted to give you guys an opportunity to have input on the ESSER 3 grant process. You had a clip.
Yes, the remember that you wanted in presentation mode, so it's not gonna work. So
Can
I have
we
to
just
that's why.
scan it? Okay.
Okay.
For the next slide. As we mentioned before, the purpose of the grant is the purpose of American Recovery ARP Act of 2021. ESSER 3 funding is to help. Man, it's looking pretty far out there. To safely reopen our schools and the operation of schools to address the impact of coronavirus pandemic on their students. So let's look at our timeline. Go the other way, Diego.
The timeline?
minimize that.
Okay,
The
then
one on the
minimize
side?
that one, right there.
Minimize, yeah, right there.
Okay, good.
You do a presentation more for now. then
All right,
we'll
then
switch
normal
over.
presentation. Okay. Give me a sec. Right there.
So we are still on pace with our timeline that we put together a few weeks ago. We've already, started from May 7th, and we are currently on May 25th. We are now currently in board workshop to gather input from our board in regards to what are some recommendations that you'd like to see in our ESSER grant. We are going to add, with your approval, and Dr. Fennessy recommended that we bring the grant before we finalize it to the board to get final approval with your, input before it's submitted to the state or to the state. So we worked a lot. We've done a lot of the different things that need to happen at the leadership level. We met with principal, we met with DIC. We currently have the survey out right now. Community board members, anyone that give input that can in the survey. Currently, as of early today, I got a report. I think we have 88 people that have actually completed the survey. So I believe Dr. Perez will be putting together a robocall to send out. I did send an email to the principal to remind their faculty and staff to complete those surveys. Also remind parents, and I also sent an email to our district level administrators to remind people in central office to get their input as well. So we want to make sure we get input from all stakeholders in the district. So let's look at our breakdown of the ESSER 3 grant. We talked about initially that we're at $11 million, $11,079,000 total for the grant. 20% of this grant has been spent on learning loss, as we discussed before. So that learning loss, we're looking at about 2.2 million. So we want to make sure that we're at least above that 2.2 million. And I know there'll be some discussion on how we want to best utilize those money. Our deadline to submit this grant will be 27th of July. So I think this is an important slide to go over because, with the input that you guys give, we need to make sure we're still within the guidelines of what the ESSER 3 does allow. Any activity that is covered under Title I, Title II, special ed, Carl Perkins, school improvement, those kind of grants, those monies are still allowed to be spent under ESSER 3. Consolidation of COVID-19 preparedness and response efforts, training and professional development pertaining to the sanitation of and minimizing the spread of the disease, purchasing education technology for students, providing mental health services, planning and implementing summer learning, addressing learning loss, student attendance and improvement, student engagement, school facility repairs and improvements to reduce the risk of COVID-19, implementing public health protocols in line with CDC guidelines, and other activities necessary to maintain district operations and services. Some of the things that are not allowed within the grant are debt services, hosting or sponsoring conferences, subsidizing or offsetting executive salaries or benefits of individuals who are not employees of the district, expenditures related to state or local teacher, faculty, unions or associations, and bonuses, merit pay, or similar expenditures unless specifically related to disruptions or closures resulting from COVID-19. So these are the 7 different budget categories that we broke it down to, so we can best get a good understanding of what our needs are in the district. Again, the first one is one of the main requirements. We've got to have 20% spent on minimum of learning loss for the students. The second is continuity of services. Third is prepare, prevent, respond to coronavirus. Employing existing staff, technology, facility repairs and improvements, and mental health services support. So as we move on to the workshop, I just want to be very specific on the fact that what we have here, we're keeping a rolling total of different input that we received from the leadership team, from principals, from DEIC. Now we're going to have the input from our board and continue building this list. Everything that's included in this presentation today is not going to be funded. We can't fund every single thing. We will have to prioritize as a district, determine what our needs are based off the allocated budget, and 2, what our immediate needs are. We'll also be looking at our district improvement plans, get started with the first category. We'll talk about what we've entered already and give you guys an opportunity to give us input, additional input to this.
Before you go on, I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
For the proposal timeline, May 17th to the 28th, it's the proposal survey on the district website for teachers, community, parents. Have we gotten a result for that? Will that be included in this today?
That's what it's talking about. We've got 88 entries so far, but we're still going to continue collecting. Yeah,
Okay, gotcha. But we're not gonna see what those results are now.
there's only 88. We have to put it for a certain amount of days, and then once he's gathering the data as people are.
I can send you guys information. I can send you a PDF and it shows you a breakdown of where we're at. But 88 results, some of those results are mainly students, some parents, and some teachers for the most part. We're not getting a whole lot of distribution hasn't put their input yet. We don't have a whole lot of the community, but you expect to get more as soon as we put this information out there again.
I just want to say that I took the survey, and the only thing that I didn't understand about this, that as a parent, they were asking me what the school needed in the classroom to help them, but I don't know what they currently have. So how can a parent or a student who hasn't even been in a classroom for over a year know exactly what they need for learning loss?
That's why it's one survey for everybody. So teachers would know. I believe at the top it says, are you a teacher, a parent, etc. So for you all, I mean, Brent would not know that, so you wouldn't be able to answer that question. Just give it your best.
So I don't know if it's general for every single person who takes it. And I know you could choose up to 3, but I don't know.
The basic for that, Ms. Ramos, is to get the parents or students or teachers, whomever, what is it that the need that you think would be best to help with learning loss or recover some of the information that our kids weren't able to get because of COVID. So it could be, you know, you think your kid needs an iPad in the classroom to be more successful, or maybe they need more interactive smart boards or document cameras. That was the intent of the survey. Just what do the parents, what do the students, what do you think would be more beneficial to help them learn? Regain that learning.
One quick clarification. This grant is for expenditures looking forward. It is not to be used to compensate for expenditures we've already had related to COVID business. Is that correct?
It could be, we could distribute something from this year back to that grant, if we decide.
Yes.
Anything that doesn't pertain to learning loss, a big one would be utilities. Anything to maintain the operations of the school district. This year, we are already taking the utilities for this year on for 1. Indirect costs are any costs that the district procures based on administering the grant. So an example of that would be my salary, because I process the grant. So really anything that the district uses, it's money that comes back to the district. We don't have to spend that. If we spend $100,000 of eligible expenses in the grant, 14% of it comes back to the district in indirect costs for whatever we want. Flat, 14.6%.
20% flat, or minimum on the learning loss, 14% flat,
Comes back to the district when we spend it.
not to exceed that.
Not to exceed that.
And some of the questioning activities could be used to offset costs that we may incur due to COVID.
Today and moving forward for the next 3 years. Okay.
And keep in mind, just like I said, we still have yet to hear comment from one or better.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
Correct.
No, we haven't. And
They don't have that. We'll be fine. It's not happening.
no
The screen.
news when
We'll get it.
that's
We'll get it.
happening. The other thing that we're waiting for is seeing how much money the state's going to take away from state funding. They took away all everything we got for SR one, they took away the same amount, so we can't just assume that this is gonna be free money.
We good?
But
Move
what
forward.
did they take it off?
And so we get money every year from local property taxes,
Right.
from the state foundation school payment, and also from the federal government. So the feds gave us extra money through ESSER one, and then the state took away that same amount that the feds gave us from the amount that they give us every year in the foundation school payment.
And is that aside from the title monies that you see?
Yes, so the local monies we get from the state, the title monies we get from the federal government as part of our federal money, but yes, it's separate. But it was just a wash last year. They took away on the state side whatever extra they gave us on the federal side. And this year, there's been a debate between the House and the Senate. The House doesn't want to do that. The Senate wants to recoup some of the funds. Probably won't be sorted out until June.
So we'll know.
Hopefully, hopefully.
So did y'all have a big difference in did your title pennies go down a lot from last year? Because I know ours didn't.
Our title monies did go down because they're based on the number of students that we have that are below the poverty level. So the last couple of years, as the number of students that we've had, the total number of students has decreased and the total number of students that are below this has decreased. So our title funds follow.
So let's look at the first category, learning loss. Again, this is the one category we have to spend money in, at least a 20% of the total allocation. So everything you see in black are the ideas that were pitched by the leadership team. As we go down the slides, you'll see some that are in red, some that are in green. The red were ideas that were pitched by the principals. The text that is in green were ideas pitched by the DIC. So, you know, as we continue to grow this list, we keep it, I'm color coded just so we can decipher where's that input coming from in terms of the actual requests that are being made. So learning loss, again, not everything is going to be funded or can be funded. So these are some just general ideas that have been thrown out there. We're trying to get some quotes and some numbers to determine what those costs are going to be. So we talked about instructional services. We talked about CBC continuing education, and that continuing education is certifications that students can get that are industry-based certifications that are needed for high school. We talked about getting science lab for virtual and in person. Since students had very limited opportunity to do science labs the last year and a half. We talked about TT certifications. Professional development basically includes all professional development. Some of this professional development may be tied around some of these programs that we're considering bringing in as well. So it's not just one type of professional development. ESL certifications for our teachers. Learning.com, which is a keyboarding program. Sheltered instruction. Achieve 3000. And you guys, if you have any questions about anything that we're proposing, you know, please ask and we'll clarify. Reading instruction tier 1. High impact tutorial services. Summer school programs for students. Support TIL district-wide. Also support RSSP district-wide. Special education resources. EcoDis and at-risk students, specifically targeting their learning loss. Dyslexia program and services. We talked about math instruction. Educational tutors, differentiated instruction. AR programs, MyOn Reader. Learning management system. Currently, we use Google Classroom for a lot of our LM learning management system, and we're looking to do a different one for next year. Classroom libraries, K-8 teachers. Curriculum writing, acceleration of learning. STEM, which is your science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and that could be wide. Career technical education, talking about providing more resources to career technical ed, to provide, either additional equipment or staff development or training that they may need to better develop their programs and provide certification for students. New Teacher Academy. And those are the stuff in black again were leadership team recommendations. And when I met with the principals last week, they added onto this list with Renaissance Learning, AR Star, My, and Freckle, which is all one program, but different subsets of the program. Think Up, ELA resources, phonics instruction, and we put parentheses PD, but again, PD does include all. Cross-curricular, extracurricular, core PD, Share Wells continuity, academic camps, hands-on learning, think big professional development, Ford Fairer math and reading RTI, and then STEM scopes for high school, but that could also include middle schools and elementary.
Dr. Sandoval,
Yes, ma'am.
that's a long list. I like it. However, how are we gonna decide? Who's gonna decide, or, how are we gonna decide what's more important, or is it based on?
It's gonna be collected, yeah,
assessment,
it'll be
or
collected, because,
on what now?
on all the survey information that we receive, then we're gonna sit down and also we can, because I can't fund everything.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. There's a lot that the actual administrators, central office, teachers. So
That's why
what's gonna
this is-
supersede,
Yeah.
who's gonna really decide? And yes, I understand the surveys. However, they may not even know what we actually need,
Right.
or they may not know what we need based on scores or based on grades or where their deficits are, or what are we getting data to
Yes,
make that?
just like we
decision?
did when we did the kind of the audits of all the technology programs, and we had peer groups of teachers. Our DEIC, we utilize them quite a bit. In fact, this team has been wonderful because they need quite often to look at some of these things. So it's going to be a process, but we wanted to, this is kind of still the beginning phase. We just want to put everything out there of possibilities that we're going to look at. So we're not anywhere near right now what we're going to decide on. But we need to see the data to see how it's been utilized. Or do we just like it just because we like it,
Right, and like July's around the corner.
Right.
Yeah, the data has been, what we've gotten in so far is kind of showing us that parents and students are wanting us to spend some of these monies on learning loss and recovery instructional strategies. And, I was, surprised. Again, we're only limited numbers so far to the survey, but it's already leaning in a certain direction on what they want, to how they want to see the money spent. So this kind of data will help us, lean in certain directions as we start making those decisions to prioritize our needs.
It would not surprise me if we end up 65% of this combined funds. Simply because that's where we're going to get and that's what's needed.
Exactly.
Yeah, and what I saw, again, preliminary data, we have a better picture when all the data's in. Very little interest in facilities, being, repaired facilities, cleaner air. They're more worried about learning loss right now. That seems to be the higher priority, and I can understand that. So in the area of learning loss, I went through that pretty briefly. Are there any other things that the board would like to see us add to that learning loss category of things that we could possibly consider as new activities or initiatives or professional development specific to a certain area that we want to include as part of our collection of data?
I like the list.
Yeah.
I think it's a really well put together list, and Mr. Coupon, I think we should spend a lot more or a bigger percentage of the grant on learning loss than utilities, or because we're gonna have to sustain that anyway. We're gonna have to, that comes every year. We can at least buy programs and stuff that we can actually use and keep. And just and honestly, it's always at the kids' expense. And this year, was a very, yes, it was hard for everyone, all of us as employees. However, the kids are the ones that really lost out. Because they technically lost a year and a half. And they'll never regain that. We're adults, we can continue. I mean, we may have lost a little bit, but life goes on. But the kids, I mean, some of them are little and they lost their foundation there. So I kind of feel like, I feel for the kids.
Question 2 on the survey, please select the most important academic setting that you can cite addressing learning loss during COVID-19. The majority of them state to teach that loss by accelerating built into the classroom teaching time. I believe that's what kind of on page 2 my only concern is for the older ones who have extracurricular activities. And if they're behind, after school learning loss might not be appropriate for them, and opening up and using that money for on the weekends. To have those adjunct teachers or extra tutors to come on the weekends, because I would hate for them to be slamming in 8 classes after school and studying on the school week. That's the only thing I can think of as a parent.
And Saturday school is one of the choices. So it's kind of ironic that we only see 7.2% wanting a Saturday school. So I don't know how many students will show up. Remember, in the middle school, it seems like they're better at attending on a Saturday. It seems like that.
And I think elementary school would be better, like accelerated into the classroom. So I'm just thinking the older ones with all the, maybe they didn't think about that when they took the survey, but if you try to get extra, because all those classes are so different for everybody. Normally during elementary, you take all the same courses. But these are so many different courses. I hate for that to get, into their extracurriculars, because they still need to be kids here.
Yeah.
If we have a small form for students clearly behind, then we don't have to take away the extra activities, but we can mandate show up outside. But we're not gonna have any special name miracles in the season. Okay, you've got a year to make up a year and a half. You've got to make some sacrifices. It's already happened on your watch, but 7.5% the number that surprised me, but if you mandated, you probably get up to 7.7%. Sometimes mandate that. We've got to be willing to go.
The biggest obstacle, I think, for high school on Saturdays is that so many of them are working. And I met with the high school today, this morning, for a good while, and that was the pattern I kept hearing. So many people are working.
And I totally agree. And also, the little ones, the parents can still control them. As they get older, I mean, they have a mind of their own and, make their own decisions. So it's kind of hard with these older kids. I mean, I see
And I
it.
agree.
Well, they're not very
Make your own
bright.
decision. Let it not be us because the law in the end of the year. You made your decision on October time. What was your decision? Mom, dad, you made a decision to work. His job is more important than graduates. You need to be upfront, direct, and yes, maybe a little mean. But we're the ones that have the mission of getting them over the line, not McDonald's.
Yeah, so I was in high school and I worked, I didn't have a car and I didn't have a home to live in, but I managed to go to school and go to work. So maybe it's just a tough lesson and
One factor that we may be able to, it not be an all or nothing, either or at least two. If nothing, over the last couple of years, we've learned that we can do an awful lot online. And it could be that these students have the flexibility to learn and catch up in some of the stuff online at their pace. And it's an option.
We do have flexibility of doing those different things, Mr. Kufal. And I think we may have to look at, being prescriptive with students on what their specific needs are and how we can best address that learning loss. The funding does offer us that ability to be more flexible and offer, more tutors or teachers the opportunity to come after school, summer, Saturday schools to be able to provide these services to our students. So we'll take note of that. Dr. Pitts will take note and we'll add this to our presentation. Anything else that you want to add to learning loss?
No, I was just concerned about the logistics of when and how, because I think that's important.
I think we got to set up a big magnet and just hope that we have programs set up for specific students, based on different grade levels, different, learning styles, things of that sort, so that we're able to capture them all, because we do have some ground to make up, there's no doubt. Anything else on learning loss, so I can move on? We can always go back if you guys have any other input. Continuity of non-instructional services. We have put on there utilities and communities in school. We can pick up those two things individually outside of instruction, but it just continues some of the non-instructional things that we currently do in the district. Anything that you'd like to add, or any recommendations, suggestions, any input that you'd like to add to this slide, possible continuity of non-instructional services?
I think the communities in schools is okay, but the utilities, I have a problem using the money to pay utilities. I mean,
Is that at any
I mean,
amount or at all?
We gotta pay them anyway.
we're gonna always pay them anyway. We're paying them right now, even if we didn't have the ESSER grants, we're still gonna pay utilities. So you still have to budget for that every year.
Are we utilizing more utilities for after school and weekends and all that than we normally would in a regular year? But then you have to think that half the kids are actually in school.
We're not using more utility costs this year. We are using ESSER one to offset, the utilities costs this year because we have such a big budget deficit. And, I think that there needs to be a balance between, you can use a lot of this grant to help offset things that you already do and to try to help balance the budget. And then you can use a lot of the grant to help with learning loss and other things. And again, I think there needs to be balance, because if we put all of it toward learning loss, we're not going to be able to balance the budget. It's really going to help us. We have we're about $1.8 million where we need to be with our fund balance. So using it strategically for both purposes is going to help us get in a solid financial state in the district. And I think that there's going to be plenty of money. We have $11.1 million. So I think there's going to be enough money in that grant to address all our learning loss needs as well.
Yeah, learning loss won't be sacrificed at all. Now, I think maybe, I'm assuming that utilities was an allowable expense because they knew districts were losing enrollment and they were losing funding. And so this is to help districts during this time to make this an allowable expense, and it doesn't come out of your local budget. It does kind of offset the deficit a little bit, but without sacrificing the learning loss. Priority one is learning loss.
And I'm just going to add on to what Peter said. I think it really comes down to what learning loss won't be sacrificed. It all depends on what we can actually provide the kids and how much time we can actually give them, and how much of our teachers we can actually, pull additional, support and resources from, because, that is, we're looking at 11.2 billion, 11.4 million. Learning loss will not be sacrificed at any point. We will not make a decision to, pay utilities or fund communities and schools over learning loss. Learning loss will always be number one priority in terms of what the needs we're trying to meet with this grant. So I'm going to move on to the next category, to prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus. These things in black were again, all leadership. We did have the campuses make a recommendation on having refills of the touchless hand sanitizers, because, they want to make sure that they have enough supplies to last them through the year. They've asked for a temperature kiosk, or we talked about the temperature kiosk, we talked about professional development on classroom sanitation, and teaching the teachers how to, maybe do a quick sanitation in the classroom in between groups coming in. Talked about buying cleaning supplies so that teachers could have them regularly available. And we talked about PPE, gloves, masks, things of that sort. So anything else that you guys see that we could possibly add to this list of possible ESSER 3 purchases?
When is this professional development, classroom sanitation? I just want to take a moment. I don't know if anybody knows about this, but I would teach a community college nursing courses about hand washing. And they have this great stuff that they use as white powder, the black light, and it teaches you how to properly wash your hands. That would be a fun activity to next sheet to learn how to wash the hands appropriately. If you purchase something like that, that'd be fun for the little ones at least.
Just to let you know, Dr. Pitts is taking notes for us so that we can add them to this list.
Dr. Pitts, would you happen to know to date, I know it's kind of what we have spent so far when it comes to PPE supplies are up to date with COVID stuff? I know it's kind of a loaded
Are you
question.
talking everything together with COVID or more related?
From we started school in August, present, we're looking about 200,000.
For PPE or for also technology?
No. I'm talking PPE stuff, cleaning supplies, guns, sprays.
I think it's probably closer to 75,000.
Yeah, I was like,
Well, I'm very concerned about the cleaning supply because I have several of the staff, and I don't know their names, nor they ever do them. But the staff has come up to me and said that their cleaning supplies, they haven't had enough cleaning supplies for the kids. And they wanted to make sure that that wasn't an issue in the future. So, all they have.
Is it staff or is it teachers?
Staff. Is the custodial staff.
What is that?
Yes, and so they have not been allowed to put out
Oh, I heard
as much
that.
equipment as they can put out for the public.
To my knowledge, I can investigate that, but to my knowledge, whenever we have a request, we fulfill it.
That's fine.
Any other discussion on prevent, prepare, and respond to coronavirus? Anything we want to add to this category?
We are having to kind of inventory some of it because some does walk away. And all of a sudden, they need more. And so, we've been having to. Our staff, but nobody has come that we've said no to.
So even though
And we continue to give it.
June 4th is coming and we cannot mandate anyone to wear a mask, will we still provide them to anyone who wants to wear them that don't have,
Optional, yes.
especially kids that come to school without them?
Option, yes. And we can still buy some and pass them on again. Yes.
And one of the things on the grant that they ask is not only do we prevent, prepare, but we also know how to respond. So we got to be ready in the event that we do have another spike. Having those PPE, having those gloves, having those masks available, because there may be another mask mandate coming down the road. God forbid, everything's looking good right now, but we got to keep doing the things that we're doing to prevent the spread of the virus. So we still got to be ready in the event. So that's something we will do as part of this grant. Now we'll move on to the next category, employing existing staff. We talked about excess staff salaries from consolidation. We could possibly pick that up with the grant instead of having to lay people off. Other salaries can also be included in this. Certified tutor or interventionist that, we did tutors this year. We could put that in that. We are going to need those tutors for sure. We did a great job this past year of recruiting and retaining our tutors, but we're going to have to do even a better job next year of getting more to help that learning loss. Anything you guys like to add to that?
Just an administrator's allowance. This is our line.
Of excess staff?
Excess staff.
We don't have any excess done. On
From the
administrative.
consolidation, Dr. Pettis.
No. No, because we,
You shut down two schools.
so we had some retirees or resignations. On administration,
Assistant principal.
not with the recent resignations and retirees that we'll be discussing during closed session. Now, we shouldn't, if anything, maybe one excess. But
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Any other input? Proposed technology initiatives. We talked about one-to-one technology, iPads, Chromebooks, laptops, interactive boards for classrooms, hotspots, which according to the survey, it seems to be an item of interest for those that have completed the survey so far. So have the laptops and Chromebooks. Projectors, accessories, and adapters that are needed to connect and hook up these projectors. Document cameras, web cameras, wireless pen pads, wireless keyboards and mouse, interactive boards, and PD that comes along with it. Some teachers or principals stated that we need to make sure the PD comes along with it so that teachers know how to effectively use it in the classroom. Compatibility of technology, they felt that was a high priority. This is a DIC felt that, we need to make sure that what we have currently is compatible with what we're looking to purchase. Professional development for the use of instructional technology and implementation. Security cameras and classroom telephones, and this could be used for parental involvement. Teachers are saying that they find it very difficult to be able to make those contacts to the homes because they don't want to use their personal phones. And I thought the classroom would also help them make those contacts a lot easier. So any input on that?
On that one-to-one technology type, that Chromebooks, laptops. Is that for students or for staff?
Students.
But did they all get one?
Dr. Vasquez, do you want to answer that
For
question?
students that were.
there's a lot of damage to some of them that we're gonna have to replace.
My W doesn't work in
We had enough, and we had an estimated 1,500 Chromebooks that were distributed to students, and we sent the Chromebooks out before we sent the laptop computers out. When we attempted to buy additional Chromebooks, it was too late. There were no Chromebooks left in the market, so we had to resort to buy from different brands, HP, Lenovo. Those devices were sent to the upper grade levels. So right now, devices are coming back to us broken, and yes, it takes some convincing and communicating with parents about paying for the repair. So we negotiate with parents and we set them up on some type of payment plan. They walk away happy with another device so they can continue using for virtual instruction. But yes, like Dr. Perez is indicating, a lot of those devices are coming back to us broken. So when you're dealing with a Chromebook, it's a very simple piece of plastic with a motherboard inside, so you can repair that one. So basically, it gets this position. We rescue some components like the keyboard, at times is the screen. Okay, the higher dollar items like the HP laptop or Lenovo, we have to send out for repair. So right now, we barely have enough for one-to-one, but we need to create a buffer zone so we can have enough devices for the students for the next year.
So the one-to-one, Dr. Vasquez,
Yes.
we have one-to-one for every student.
For every
district?
student in the district.
When you're talking about wireless keyboard and mouse, are you talking about classrooms, or you're talking about students?
It's actually a combination of both because the way instruction is happening in the classroom, the teacher is tied to the central station, which is the desktop computer. So that teacher has to report back and forth to the station to be able to drive the instruction. There's also something in there that is a pen pad, which is a wireless device. The teacher can walk away from her station and be able to drive the instructional plan. And the keyboard will allow the teacher to do exactly the same thing, to move away from the desktop.
All I'm saying is that when you're adding this proposed technology, you need to talk about batteries.
Yes, definitely, yes. Yes, some of those components, they use batteries that they last over a year. I've been in the district for already 13 months, and I don't think I have replaced my batteries on my unit yet, so very sturdy devices. Thank you.
I have a question, and it may be on the lines of if anybody wants to stop me or whatever. Security cameras. Since the moment I came here, I've always heard that there's issues with security cameras. Like the one over there supposedly doesn't even record anything. Something that we can get an itemized, log of all the security cameras and whether they work or not, and then an itemized log of where you can need more security cameras, at least before budget, because I think that's a big part of the technology.
Yes, that's part of the plan.
Yes, and I believe it was presented also during the critical projects that Dr. Peter Pitts included.
It just says we need them here and we need there. I just wonder if we could.
Yeah, we can get-
Yeah, we'll provide you with an inventory list of where they are and whether or not.
Do we have those stairs?
Yeah, I don't know about, yeah. Lovely.
Well, yeah.
Kind of sensitive.
So we know exactly, if we need more money aside for security cameras, when you break, you need to repurchase new ones.
Oh, we can never have
Definitely.
enough security cameras.
So,
We need
It's
more.
a fun place.
Yes.
The more we
I just, when it says security cameras, I'm wondering from beyond this grant, what should be.
Yes. The need is very, very substantial. For example, Gillette's system, it is 16 years old, and it runs on coax or coaxial cable. And what we're planning right now is a total revamp of that system. Cameras are very expensive. One camera runs an estimated $1,000. It's an IP-based camera, and with the cost of cable, it's a network camera. With the cost of cable, it's
I should hire my husband, he used to get cable to all the guys in the barracks.
yeah, right now, copper is right now very scarce in the market, and the cost of copper has gone triple the amount.
And then I have another question when it comes to, it's classroom telephones. Now, I wasn't on the board when, I know that there was discussion on the board that there was not much communication at the high school between the backside, the front, that's been resolved, correct?
Yes,
It's-
that's the plan.
Right now, it's in progress, so we are running all the cabling and all the devices for the intercom, for the PA system over at HNK. We have, as a matter of fact, we had it today.
The E-rate is helping.
E-rate helps on the part that has to do with the network switches because we're doing this via the IP system, which is the network cable. We are moving away from the traditional way of using analog systems.
Then definitely they should probably hear phone calls.
Yes, and I know that Crisis has been very adamant. He's been inquiring about that solution, so we are happy to announce that very soon. He's going to complete. He's going to be here.
If you recall, there was a grant by the federal government that we applied for a year and a half ago. That's where these monies were coming from for the PA system at high school.
Yes, but they only allow us to do so much because of the total cost that is. HMK is huge, so we're able to do only maybe 60% of the total. Any other questions? Thank you.
Facility repairs and improvements. We put HVAC with filtration system, possible roof repairs at Bettis, HM King, Harvey, Gillette. Mildewed carpets and ceiling tiles. Harvey has some issues that a lot of our campuses were actually addressing issues with us this past week with the rain we had. Classroom partitions to prevent any virus. Touchless water fountains. Motion detection switches for the bathroom so kids are having to touch them. Upgrade bus cameras, portable temperature checks, possible school bus so that we can practice social distancing on the bus and we maybe have to run additional routes. Immersive curricular support and content-rich media through the district. So these are things that we talked about in terms of facility repairs and improvements. Any questions, discussions, additions that you'd like to add to this category?
What does that last point mean? Immersing curricular support and content-rich media throughout the district.
Is that emerging?
That was presented by the DEC, I think, by,
I'm trying to remember exactly.
What's content-rich media?
I want to say, and this may have to go to another category. I think they were wanting to put ideas like in a building, right? So you got columns, put things about curriculum, math concepts or formulas throughout the district so that kids are seeing math or reading or definitions.
Okay. I got
So
it.
it's curriculum throughout the district as
Oh,
well.
you're nursing students.
Yes, that's what it,
Yes. Like walking down the hallway and looking at your.
yes, exactly.
Measurements.
As you walk up the steps, you're seeing, it's pretty cool. I saw some pictures.
That's, I guess, why we go into facilities.
Yeah.
Because it's part of the facilities, okay.
I thought it was a cool one of the teachers from the DIC mentioned that. Took me a while to remember. Let me go back. Any ideas on that? Any suggestions, recommendations?
The roofs is gonna have to be done, whether it's part of this grant or not. Some of the schools, when we have that big rain, sustain heavy water damage. So that's something that is gonna be expensive. We're gonna have to go out for bids, and it's something that we're gonna need to talk about in the budget process.
And it is an allowable expense, so might be something to consider as a district.
But also too, we have insurance.
Insurance doesn't cover that.
I
No, insurance doesn't cover that.
Well, hopefully the governor of Texas will declare it as a disaster.
All right, last one, I believe, mental health services and support. District has talked about hiring at LPC, LSSP, going with Capture Kids Hearts district-wide. Lead worthy for our middle school and high school students, which is tied to Capture Kids Hearts. Staff developed for counselors on mental health services for students and possible teachers as well. Guest speakers with mental health and how to deal with mental health. Collaborate with the Coastal Plains and the Coastal Bend, and homeless services. Make sure students that might have been displaced for various reasons do have access to services, either through the district or through outside agencies. Any additions?
So that LPC and the LSP, those are positions.
Correct.
So would we be able to sustain those after the grant is over?
We would have to
After
plan
sustain
ahead.
them?
We would have to plan ahead and make the most out of our money for the next 3 years so we can sustain.
This
Those
is-
positions are high.
This is
priority.
another area that I think you can't overspend it. I mean, it's, the learning loss is one thing, but the mental and social impact on these kids for the last 2 years is great.
Any position that we create within the grant can be, when we hire,
Sustain.
well, not sustain, we can sustain it possibly, if we're strategic about it. But, we can stipulate that they're hired under a grant, that once the grant's over, and their position is no longer, so something to think about if we go that route.
But then a priority of ours, as long as I'm here, would be to keep it.
No, I'm just saying.
Funding for them, because those are the two top things that we need.
And we are, for our LSSP, we do contract out through our special ed already for some of those services, so some of that may be offset, so.
And I think part of the problem with contracting is you just get, you really want somebody that's kind of here.
Invested.
Yes, and all the time at our disposal, because you just never know who to talk to.
I have a question, maybe Matt can answer this, but right now, they have protections in place for renters. The landlord cannot rent them out right now. I guess they have to write up some sort of letter stating their, rich or whatever, but when is the expiration on that, or is there one where landlords can finally start the eviction process? I don't know, you might know that. If that's the case, you might see homeless families or students.
There you go. Mr. President, members of the board, that was an executive order that came down. We're starting to see those being walked back now from the federal and state level. Much like the mask mandate from the Texas governor, which I have my own constitutional qualms about, but I haven't heard anything just in the grapevine regarding that. I don't practice that area very much, so I couldn't tell you precisely, but I would assume this year that's going to come to an
That completes our ESSER 3 presentation. Before we finish the workshop, just a couple of updates on the budget calendar. we have been working, the finance department and the HR department has been working with CAFE, and we are ahead of schedule. So we are proposing now to move up the discussion about employee salaries and compensation and stipends to a budget workshop on June the 15th. And we don't have a board workshop after that. I wanted your feedback as a board. Is that a good time, or do you want to move that budget workshop a little bit later? Any,
Board meeting.
I'm sorry, we don't have a board meeting after that. What are your thoughts? Is 4 o'clock fine with everybody, or do we want to?
That-
What kind of going to
Give me time to get it to town.
I think San Antonio was June 16th to the 18th.
start like morning of June 16th? Will people be here on June 15th?
Yes, so they can be, because they don't start till the afternoon.
Well, the other thing that we can do is we can have that workshop on a Monday, the 6/14, June the 14th, we can have it then.
But can we do it a little later?
June the 14th at 5 or 5:30.
Again, this workshop is, I mean, I would say 5:30, give everybody else.
Okay.
And get a proposed participation.
So we'll do 6/14. Is that the best day for everybody? And then we'll also make the other workshops at 5:30 as well too. Except for the one that is before the board meeting on the 20th. That one will be if needed, depending on how far we get on the other workshops.
Is that the 7th?
That would be the 7:20, would have to be at 4 if we still need it, because it's before a board meeting, but the others can be moved to 5:30.
So again, keep in mind that the board workshop will be on 6/14/2021 at 5:30. This will be in regards to employee, to review the budget workshop to employee compensation and stipends. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. There no being any other business being brought for this workshop, I declare this workshop adjourned at 5:26.
Adelante. Like,
It's 5:30 PM on Tuesday, May 25th, 2021. Call this regular meeting of the Kingsland Independent School District to order. This time we'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Brian Kufal. Here. Lieutenant Colonel Craig. Mr. David R. Garcia. Present. Mr. Elizabeth Ramos. Mr. James Guzman. Mr. Delma Salinas.
Here.
Mr. Corey Gardner present. Let the record show that there is a quorum of board members present. This meeting has been posted in accordance with Government Code Chapter 551, State of Texas Open Meetings Act. This time we move to the moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to the state under God, one. This meeting will be live video streamed at http://bit.ly/3SROLQR. This time, we move to item number 4, the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Mr. Brian Kufal, for a second. Second by Ms. Salinas. Any discussion? Now we're going to proceed to vote. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Moving to item number 5, public participation. Do we have anybody that wishes to address the board, Mr. Pettis? Thank you. We have none. This time we'll go ahead and move to item number 6, communication administration. Item 6A, recognition of etymology judging contest. It can be found on page 3 of your board book. Dr. Pettis.
Yes, we're very proud of the FFA and technology students, and we have invited Mr. Tomlin, their sponsor, to come and introduce them.
This evening, we have one of our students with us. We've got some other students that are on a trip with Gear Up. They couldn't make it. But tonight we have Mr. James Wernicke. He's a senior and he competed this year at the district area and for entomology for FFA.
Say words about what contest they entered.
We compete in entomology, which is judging insects for FFA, and we compete, basically the students identify different insects, and they tell us the metamorphosis, the mouthpiece, the benefits of these insects to the environment, and they go from there. There's 150 different insects that they have on the list, and they have to identify them and say some information about them. Luna just showed up. He's also on the team. He competed with us at district, area, and state national. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, again, congratulations to you all for that great thing up at state entomology. Thank you again, Dr. Pettis, and the sponsors. This time we move on to item 6B, recognition of fine art department. It can be found on page 4 of your board book. Mr. Pettis.
Good afternoon, School Board President, President Garza, KSD Board of Trustees, Directors, Administrators, Teachers, and Parents. We want to recognize as many, a lot of individuals that obviously will not be able to make it for other things that they have going on today, but we recognize and mention all their names. There's quite a few, so one of the easiest things to keep things flowing is that we can hold applause to the end of the one event and get a nice resounding round of applause. So without further ado, I do want to say a few things about Region Band and a bunch of the auditions this year. It was unlike nothing we'd ever seen. This was something where individual students had to actually become part of the process. This wasn't an actual audition. These were recordings that the students had to make it home over a certain amount of time, and then directors had to go and listen to everything to make sure everything was correct, that the cuts were correct, and it was just an arduous process. But nonetheless, it was a new thing that we all learned. We had staff develop on it. And again, the bottom line was there was success to the events. We wanted to introduce these individuals because this time, 50% of this entire process came even more so from the students themselves. So when you're a kid at home and you're recording literally on your device and then submitting it, this is something to be absolutely proud about. So without further ado, we're going to recognize the Memorial Middle School Region Band members. And the following individuals are, we have Lee Reyes on flute, Isabella Mendez on clarinet, Riley Mitchell on clarinet, Cristela Rojas on clarinet, Adriana Ganahueca on alto saxophone, Kayla Ramirez on alto saxophone, Alexander Ibanez on alto saxophone, Sephra Hallett on baritone saxophone, Randall Medina on trumpet, Vincent Ovalle on trumpet, Cruz Fuentes on trumpet, Sofia Rivera on percussion, Ryan Gomez on percussion, and David Jimenez percussion. These are the middle school all region band members from all region 14. Directors, if we can come up and have a picture with the students. Because of COVID, we were not able to have our usual region clinic concert where they get together with all their peers from the area that made the groups and have a clinic concert. Because a lot of the fees were still paid in the same way, but we weren't facilitated for clinicians and other expenses. The region actually itself paid for the individual student shirt. Normally they have to purchase those on their own venue, and the region decided with the extra funds they were going to purchase this for all the students in all the regions. So we thought that was wonderful. Okay, moving right along. The next individuals that we want to recognize are the HM King High Choir region and all area region choir members. We have same thing with these individuals. They had to do recordings at home, submit them. We had to go through and make sure that they were all in compliance and then submit. So the following audition did earn placement in the TMEA district, region, and area choir. We have Jillian Bustos, region treble choir, Emma Hamberlin, region treble choir, Adina Zambrano, district mixed choir, Annabella Rice-Savy, district and region mixed choir, Alberto Benavides, District and Region Mixed Choir. David Flores, District, Region, and Area Mixed Choir. These are the HM Choir Region and Area members under the direction of Ms. Susan Etzler. Is that you come on up? Get a picture with you over here too. All right. The next individuals that we will recognize are the TNEA ATSSB region and area jazz band members. I do want to say that we had the highest number. There's 3 jazz bands, but we had a lot of schools drop to 4A. And still again, this year, we had the most in the first jazz band. So we're really proud of that. We had Elena Naranjo on alto sax, Kyra Martinez on tenor sax, David Flores, tenor sax, Misty Barker, baritone saxophone, Adolfo Leon, trumpet, Emma Garza, tenor trombone, Johnny Alvarez, bass trombone, Julian Mendez, percussion, Elijah Aguilar, percussion, Caitlin Mendez, bass guitar, Connor Nippers on trumpet, Raymond Cavazos on trumpet, Adriana Cortez, trumpet, Victoria Espinosa on trumpet, and Joshua Delgado, trombone. Those are the names and the individuals in the all region area and jazz. Mr. Gordon, there you go. Excellent. Next, we have the HMK All Region Band and Area Band members. Same thing, process was arduous, all recorded from home and then scrutinized and checked for compliance by the directors. We had on flute, Andrea Mendieta. On flute, Alyssa Lozano. On flute, Pilar Vidal. On oboe, Elena Naranjo. On oboe, Reina Rios. On clarinet, we had David Flores. On clarinet, Cyan Castro. On clarinet, Brenda Lee Rios. On clarinet, Belén Rios. On clarinet, Kyra Martinez. On clarinet, Liliana Garza. On clarinet, Zoe Fuentes. On bass clarinet, Annabella Rice-Savy. Contrabass clarinet, Alejandra Nieto. Bassoon, Caitlin Mendez. Baritone saxophone, Tiger Perez. On trumpet, Adolfo Leon. On trumpet, Ryan Chalou. On trumpet, Connor Nippers. On trombone, Joshua Delgado. On trombone, Emma Garza. On baritone euphonium, Alyssa Aleman. On baritone euphonium, Eduardo Gonzalez. And on percussion, Elijah Aguilar. These are your HMK All Region and Area Band members. Directors, if you could come on up. The next one was going into our concert season. Again, a huge challenge for us because the original venue that we had been canceled because of COVID. So taking a chance on signing the students up and trying to get at least those who wanted to participate, the opportunity, especially seniors, who, if not for this opportunity, would have gone to contest only their freshman and sophomore year and missed out both their junior and senior. So on a whim and a hunch, we went ahead and we sent in the fees and we applied and did all the paperwork. And thankfully, at the last minute, a band director of mine, Rob, calls me, says, we're going to be hosting one. I have a spot for you because of social distancing. We're only going to have 5 groups. And we were able to muster up a middle school group and a high school group, and we were able to find a venue. So we were super, super thankful for that. And we were able to go and in just limited rehearsals, limited sometimes number of individuals coming in. The band that we took from the high school has never been smaller than this because of the aerosol sphere of music and all, the singing and stuff. So it was such a crazy, crazy time. We would rehearse on Tuesdays and Thursdays for an hour and a half with the high school, sometimes with different numbers. And it's unprecedented, and anybody that's ever been to a band director would tell me, you are insane, and you guys are insane for doing this. You're gonna lose more hair and it's gonna get whiter. Fine, it's okay. I've been doing it for a long time. So in regard to that, students, they stepped up, they worked hard on their own. Just in Rocktown, but just to go to contest, we considered that for us and the department a win. Just going. We were not even worried about the ratings or any of those kind of things. We were just happy and glad that we could participate and get some of these seniors, especially, the opportunity to have this and make these memories for their final year. And with all their efforts, we ended up with superior divisions at both the middle school and the high school. So to introduce the middle school UIL concert band members were Elizar Basaldua, Maribel Bazan, Chris Cabrera, Sofia Carriaga, Zoe Cavazos, Oscar Cessna, Cruz Fuentes, Adriana Ganahueca, John Gutierrez, Sephra Hallett, Alexander Ibanez, David Jimenez, Leslie Lerma, Madison Lopez, Elizabeth Lovelady, Veronica Michelle, Randall Medina, Justine Mejia, Michael Membreno, Isabella Mendez, Riley Mitchell, Rihanna Muniz, Braylin Navarro, Marisol Ortiz, Vicente Ovalle, Rihanna Owens, Joe Razo, Roman Reta, Sofia Rivera, Cristela Rojas, Nicholas Ruiz, Sergio San Miguel, Dylan Sandoval, Melody Silva, Delilah Trevino, Rihanna Yebra, Chloe Zavala, and as she comes in, these are the individuals that braved the COVID UIL concert and sight reading evaluation. Thank you. And last but not least, the same event for the H.M. King High School students, the UIL concert and sight reading concert and evaluation concert band. Alyssa Lozano, Pilar Vidal, Katie Figueroa, David Flores, Elena Naranjo, Cody Romero, Caitlin Mendez, Belén Rios, Liliana Garza, Emilio Lara, Tiger Perez, Emma Garza, Josh Delgado, Adolfo León, Connor Nippers, Yasmin Rios, Emily De Los Santos, Elijah Aguilar, Julian Mendez, Maria Goff, Connor Jones, Nikki Aleman, Jasmine Garriaga, Kiana Williams, Kendall Barrera, Zoraya Davila, Brenda Lee Rios. All and every of these individuals were under the direction of Mr. Lionel Barrera, Robert Alvarez, Victor Garza, Mark Saldivar, our choir director, Ms. Susan Etzler, and myself, Porfirio Mendez Jr. Director, come on up. Again, under the circumstances, we could not be prouder. Thank you, everyone, Board of Trustees, Dr. Perez, for allowing us to introduce these kids, especially on such an unprecedented, crazy time, and to still have the success that we did. Thank you so much.
Again, congratulations to each and every one of you, all especially just like Mr. Linda said, during this trying times of COVID. So again, thank you all. This time we're moving into item 6C. It can be found on page 7, Superintendent's Report. First item of business is Transportation Alternative Rent. City of Kingsville update can be found on page 8. Dr. Pettis and Mr. Moore.
So Mr. Perez here, please. Yeah, this is about-
Good evening, Kingsville ISD Board. My name is Rudy Mora. I am the city engineer. We passed out a packet, and it basically displays the exhibits for Transportation Alternatives Grant. The City of Kingsville Engineering Department is currently working on submitting several TxDOT detailed applications for their Transportation Alternatives grants. These grants will help build ADA compliant ramps, crosswalks, and bike lanes for a number of schools, businesses, and residents in our area. The city has already been awarded a Safe Route to Schools grant in 2019. The TA grant represents phase 2 of the Safe Route to Schools grant. The support of Kingsville ISD would help achieve this goal. As background, these grants are related to transit in Texas. These funds are specific purpose and have separate eligibility and funding requirements. The Public Transportation Division requests applications for specific funding sources through a call for projects. The TA grants will help build ADA, that I mentioned, crosswalks, sidewalks, bike lanes. This year's 2021 TA call for projects generated 190 preliminary applications from all around Texas. The City of Kingsville submitted 3 separate preliminary applications in this pool. The schools in the areas involved in this key step include Harold Elementary and Memorial Middle School, Clayburg Elementary and Jubilee Academy, Clayburg Elementary and Tiffany School. The maps depicted in these areas of proposed improvements have been included for your review. With the support of the KISD and the community, each of these projects have a very good chance of securing funding and will benefit the Kingsville and its residents. We are not asking for any contribution, just a letter of support for each of the items I made. If you wish, I can go through the packet if y'all have any questions.
I'm actually excited that we are part of NEMA. I know this was something that we spoke about, and I think our last board meeting, Dr. Sandoval brought up to some of the different things as far as safety, some of the crosswalks, et cetera. So again, kudos to your team, city coming forward. And again, I can tell you that we're really looking forward to partnering up as a district and moving forward and working not only this project, but other projects down the road.
Great, thank you. Yes, sir.
What was done with the grants in 2019? It was the area around
Harvey and Jubilee, if you go to the 4th exhibit and the areas in red would be the proposed sidewalks. There's some yellow in there, the intersections, those are the ramps. And there would be some blue lines in there that represent crosswalks. Okay. And that project is scheduled for construction near fall of 2022.
Else have any questions for Shimura?
I'm excited, thank you.
Again, thank you, Shimura, and appreciate it. Look forward to this project coming up, the future project coming through.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll also move into superintendent's report on 6C. Item number 2, student dress code for 2021-2022 can be found on page 13 of the workbook. Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you, President Garza. The student dress code for the 2021-2022 school year has been revised for the elementary, Gillette Middle School, and high school. We received feedback from all campus principals and the DIC members. Our revisions were made based off recommendations. We did make many changes to the previous dress code that we had for 2021. We tried to make it as as affordable and flexible for students to want to be in school and come to school. We're trying to minimize the number of kids that sit home for dress code violations or go to ISS for dress code violations. We want students in school and want to learn. So all those factors are taken into consideration when drafting the policy or the dress code policy.
The issue that I actually have a couple of issues that I'll bring up is, first of all, when it comes to the elementary, is flip-flops. And maybe I'm being petty, but I know we have staff that wear them as well. And again, we don't know some of the economic challenges that some of these kids have. And again, I mean, that's one of the issues that I have. And I mean, again, unfortunately, we don't know the situations these kids have at home. I know there's trying times, but if we're not gonna allow flip-flops for kids, it needs to be across the board, because again, I'm willing to bet a check that I know the staff that do wear them. And I know that again, they're on heels or half the day and they get tired, and I'm okay with that. But again, we're gonna set precedents, we're gonna set it. That's one concern that I have when it comes to the Harold Elementary, Harvey, and Pettis. And the same thing goes for the lad as well, the open-toe sandals, jandals, flip-flops, Crocs, slides. Again, I mean, and again, I understand the safety issue, because if there's a fire, the last thing you want to do is run. You got to run, so it can be an issue. But again, we don't know the economics, the dynamics of a home.
We're gonna have, communities in school have a closet at Memorial, correct?
And Gillette.
Just the Gillette, at Gillette. not Memorial, okay. So hopefully, we can get some donations and money coming in to help them. They have a shoe issue at pretty much every school. I don't understand this, maybe I'm the only one that saw this, but why does a girl with no tattoos be on an elementary dress code? If a kid at that age has a tattoo, I think we might be close to
I can tell you that I have no earthly idea, but again, nobody's home or directed what they can and cannot do. But hey, maybe it's a culture thing, maybe it's a religious need.
I believe it's against the law. I worked in a tattoo store, pretty sure that you can't have one under age 16.
And I don't think to be on the board, we've ever even had that, but again, or even seen that. But
But elementary school kids can't have tattoos, and the other kids can't. So this is just so odd to me.
I've got a couple. Along the lines of flip-flops at the middle school, at the elementary school, I'm kind of partial to the bunny slippers at high school. Bunny slippers.
okay,
House shoes, like house shoes?
House shoes.
okay, there you go.
Pajama bottoms. And I've seen them even in my little drive-bys. You can see it. Also, define distract.
Repeat that, correct?
Define distract. It's a criteria and body piercings.
It's on page 18, or some of them, they were, it's, I had a line that were distracting. Yeah, who decides and what is?
That would be an administrative decision. There are no specifics on what distracting would be. If it's distracting the classroom, is creating instruction from occurring, then that can be considered possibly distracting. It is very loosely stated.
It's almost like you don't want to. You don't want to say have your ring. You can have your. To me, it's just, training these kids or teaching these kids in college and career ready, and standards of press or something you have to have in any real professional job. And when they can do it in high school, what are they going to learn? When are they going to learn there's certain standards of appearance? And then the third criteria is dress codes are wonderful, but if they're not enforced, they're useless.
And this is where retaliation comes in. Now, so-and-so said that I'm not wearing this, but Johnny and Sarah over there are wearing the same thing. And I'm probably the only board member that such person. Go to school wearing a bill, I don't care. I think that identity and being a non-conformist at this age and learning about differences that are all different or not the same, and institutionalizing one's own appearances is not what I believe in at all.
I think that teaching will only be a pretty valuable thing that should be learned at this age. Otherwise, it's never be with adults.
If we have that much disparity on a board member of 7, can you imagine what the community is?
It's just that they always, that's always some kind of silly. I don't think, it seems like.
Well, it's pretty controversial right now.
You
You have
have to check the
parents
box.
suing schools now because of boys not wearing, or boys wearing nail polish. I mean, there's lawsuits right now going all over the United States with that kind of thing. So I don't know what that's.
And again, I understand we got, again, that this is gonna come towards it for you to go over. But again, all I ask for is to be fair to everybody on dress code, whether it be staff, students, but be fair and concise throughout. And I know that, and I entrusted you all over the right thing, which I know you will.
My only thing in here, other than, again, you know, defining what some of these words mean, which I understand. But I think under pants and shorts and bottoms, we should put cut into the torn, because there are some kids that will say, well, it wasn't torn, it was cut that way, and I purchased it that way. So I can't have that whole. So I think we need to add the cut.
It contains
You
holes,
contain the holes.
ripped, torn. There's good. There goes half my wardrobe.
I'm just saying, if we're going to put everything in, you know, if we're gonna outline everything, if we need to outline everything, not just put it forward.
Does that go for campus and district uniforms too? Do they have to buy these student clothes, the dress codes, or no?
We're not doing uniforms.
Does the cheerleaders have to have their skirts for into above their knees? Because that's not a uniform color.
No, I thought you were talking about your daily uniform. You're talking about now drill team, soccer, cheerleading, volleyball. That's a whole system where you're just standardized dress code in.
Which is another deal when it comes to extracurricular UIL activities. Am I correct?
Yeah, but they wear them during the day for academic section, not just the afternoons during their actual UIL time and sports.
Any other concerns, questions after Dr. Sandoval on the dress code? Keep in mind, it will come.
I'm not sure this is a bad thing.
No. And like I said, I know that it'll be enforced at the trust that you make the right decision, what you do on a daily basis.
And this didn't seem to have big problems with dress code at all because it was a little looser. I think the kids appreciated the fact that they had some choice and they weren't gonna abuse it. And so that's kind of teaching a lesson right there in itself.
Thank you, Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you.
Go ahead and move on to item C. 2021-2022 KIC professional development calendar, and we found May 19 to be board book. I'm Sam Terminus.
Thank you. Good evening. I bring to you as an update our 2021-2022 professional development calendar. The one that you have in your board book was a draft. I distributed one that should have a black line and red lines for the additions. When you were provided with this, it was a draft. As you know, the DIC is an advisory council to the superintendent. However, the one thing that they do approve throughout the year is the professional development calendar. I'm happy to say that I had 100% of DIC members approve our professional development calendar, so that was great. You will see before you August 3rd through 5th, we have new teacher orientation. On August the 9th in the AM, we will have a district convocation as well as campus PD in the afternoon. August 10th, we have a couple of things going on. Capturing Kids' Hearts will be training elementary and high school. Middle school has already been through the training. We are not going to ask for them to go through that 2-day training again. Rather, Dr. Williams will be meeting with her teachers and staff to build capacity, structures, and systems within the new middle school setting. August 11th, we also have Capturing Kids' Heart, Day 2. And grade 5 through 8 teachers will be participating in planning with their administration. On August 12th, we will be reviewing district curriculum with teachers in 2 separate grade levels, elementary and secondary. We are building some systems and structures in regards to resources, scheduling, acceleration of instruction, processes, and so forth. So we'll be going over all of that information with the teachers at that time. I'm sorry, I skipped August 10th. The nursing staff and special ed paras will be going through CPR and first aid training. August 12th, cafeteria staff will be going through CPR and first aid training. These were just added as of yesterday by nurse. August 13th, we will be providing MTSS training, which is multi-tiered support system, previously called RTI. So here at MTSS/RTI. The state has been using MTSS for a few years. And 12:30 to 4, we will be diving into reading instruction, phonics, phonemic awareness, delivery of instruction, progress monitoring, and so forth. August 16th, we will be providing training on the T-test, goal setting, professional development, and student learning objectives for teachers. That'll be a trainer of trainers model where we provide the training to the principals and the interns will turn that over to their teaching staff. And then in the afternoon, we'll have round robin training of instructional technologies such as diving deeper into Education Galaxy, STEM scopes, accelerated reader, and so forth. On August 17th, we'll have the first 9-week period of Sharon Wells training for our grade 2 to 5 teachers, math teachers. August 17th, we will be providing PSYOP training, PSYOP strategies, ESL strategies, if you will, to our ESL teachers. UIL sponsors, coaches, and staff will be going through CPR and first aid training. And then any teachers who are not participating in any of these trainings on August 17th will be working with their administration planning during PLCs or campus PD. Questions regarding the professional development calendar?
Yeah, one, actually two. When do you all plan to start writing curriculum? So it's nothing to do with this calendar.
No, curriculum writing for K through 8 is in July 19th. I lied. Yes, K through 8 is first, or first grade through 8 is first in June. And then high school, because high school's having summer school first, will have their curriculum writing a week in July.
So June.
Dr. Ferrer, the exact date on that? June 14th through the 19th.
And then you said the high school was July.
I believe it's the 19th.
believe we did that, but the last, was it 2 meetings ago?
Yes, I'm sorry.
People
Dr. Ferrer is looking them up. The high school?
July
19th
19th through the 23rd.
Correct. You're welcome.
Well, one group is doing summer school, the other group is doing curriculum writing.
Correct.
Then they flip flop July to August.
This is a suggestion, we can do is make recommendations, and it's up to you, Dr. Pettis, and your staff, is when you're doing all these new orientations and you're having all these meetings, I'd like for maybe some of our employees, because I think sometimes, to refresh their memories when it comes to filling out paperwork, making sure they do the ASAP right, just any type of HR activities or any HR things to be done or anything. I think that's important. That I know we do it when it comes to the new hire orientation, but I think some staff and faculty just simply forget how to do it. I think it's important, maybe we could block something off And maybe, I know Mr. Pettis does a great job with the HR team, to maybe find some time into going to different campuses and kind of giving them, a refresher.
Yeah. One of we just met actually with the team yesterday, and all our secretaries, clerks, attendance clerks, et cetera, are all gonna get this training because they said they get new technology and they have been trained on system diesel plus, all of this e-finance, et cetera. So we're gonna definitely do that. And that way at the campus level principals can lead some of that, what you're talking about, these, procedures of how you log into ASOP, to do your absence. Things like that. So they can have people on campus that can help them if they forget.
As well as follow-up support and job embedded training, because when teachers, auxiliary receive professional development, it's important to have follow-up because it's a lot of information at once. And so it's important to have that support system offered and available to them ongoing through the year.
Any other questions from regards to the calendar, the proposed professional development calendar? Ms. Ramirez is present. Again, Ms. Ramirez, thank you so much to your team as well for, I guess we have a timeline, which is good because now we have to go. Thank you again. It's time to move on to 6C, our superintendent report. Item number 4, return in person 2021-2022 school year, Dr. Perez.
Yes, and in talking to Mr. Maddox, he did.
Yes, Mr. President, members of the Board of Trustees. So if you recall, some of you were not on the board at the time, but back whenever COVID all first started, the board granted authority to the superintendent via resolution to make the call and judgment in all things related to the epidemic and COVID in general. So pursuant to her powers and authorities granted by the board, delegated by the board to her, is how she is authorizing this next item. I just want to make it clear for you guys.
So coming back in August, we are recommending that everybody comes back face to face. In talking to peer districts, the ones all around us, close to us, they're all going back face to face. If you see the national news, going back face to face. The masks will be optional. We're not going to require them, but they can surely wear them if they'd like to. And we will have some on hand in case any of the students. There's been some tremendous learning loss, and just in getting the high school scores, Mr. Malater met with all these math students, and a pattern that he found, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Malater, but was that this kid said it was so hard learning math online. So that's our recommendation.
Someone's recommending, I know that there's word going around that we are for sure going
No,
back.
I'm making it for sure today.
So we are for sure, we're no longer recommending or hoping or other vocabulary words that are writing that we might.
I was, a few weeks ago, I said, I'm hopeful that we'll be able to, but I was kind of waiting to see how things were gonna unfold. Was the governor gonna, say something else about the mask? What was happening with the CDC? And still something could happen. I may have to come back depending on what happens with the pandemic, but at this point, our plan is to come back face to face in August.
The parent and the child has no choice but to come face to face, so they face truancy for not showing up, correct?
If they're gonna come to Kingsville ISD, they need to come in person. They need that social development. They definitely need social capital, they need the academic. They need that. So we are, yes.
Any other questions? If not, we'll go ahead and begin. Thank you, Dr. Pettis. We'll proceed to part of communication from administration. Number 6D, budget recap report. Check registry for March 2021 can be found in your board book, page 21 through 25. Dr. Peters.
Let me point out a couple of things and then I'll open the floor for questions. That first expense, Carlisle Insurance Agency, that's our property casualty and active shooter insurance that we pay once a year. Other big expenditures, again, our electricity, that's our monthly expenditures. tuition, that's for a semester. Aetna, we pay Aetna once a month. 30,000 is a little bit low for us. It's closer to 70,000, but we had some credits that we had when we renewed, so there's a little bit of a discounted rate there. And then that Nations Advanced Communication, that is part of the intercom project for the high school. And then I'll take any other questions on any other expenditures out there. I'm still waiting for that. I will get that to you as soon as I can.
I've got one on paper one. In regards to insurance, Salazar Insurance Group, health insurance form 1095 forms. Why are we paying for the treasurers for bringing forms?
We have to send out forms to employees for every year for the 1095 forms, and they print out the forms and they provide them for us.
Meals. Some countries in here have it in general. We don't have it in some of that.
Yes.
I thought that came out of general. You got a budget, budget your kids travel and just measure your claim against your budget.
Each department has a budget, and they choose how to allocate the expenses in that budget. They are also allowed to use their student activity account if they run out of money for student meals. A lot of times they want to spend a little bit of extra money for something, and they're allowed to supplement from the student activity budget. So the officials normally come out of the general fund. Sometimes there's several on here, I believe 6, that the officials came out of the student activity budget, and those were for a powerlifting meet. So we held a powerlifting meet where other districts had to pay us to be a part of the meet. So some of that money is recouped into the student activity fund, but some of that money comes in from the other school districts that used to pay the officials for that meet. So it does come out of the student activity fund, and then again, a lot of the rest of that money is I guess you would say profit for that student activity fund. Correct. Yes.
Oh, correct. Not much.
So that's for 2 months, depending on the billing. I think we got one bill at the very beginning of the month and one at the end of the month, but it's about $600 and change for 1 month, and it's for 13 cell phones for 14. Okay, 14 cell phones for maintenance and transportation. No, it is 14. Okay.
I have a question on what is Helping Hands Pediatric Rehab Services? Is that medical, or is that the service we provide in class? Almost 10 grand.
That is a service for special education that is provided that we contract out. They are the actual specific.
Is this like OT work in the classroom? And
That's
Dr.
correct.
Davina? Okay, so this is for the whole year, or?
No, they are billed as soon as we get an invoice from them, preferably monthly, but sometimes they don't bill us monthly. That's the bill for. I'm not sure exactly what billing period that is, but probably monthly, unless.
That was like a few months for just one person for OT. I've built. I'm just wondering, is this like an insurance thing?
No, we've done business with them prior. We've seen them on check several times. It's Open hands. No, it is,
And then multiple children too,
Correct.
right?
Is what we've been told
That's a
prior.
large bill for one child. Okay. And then I have a question with the grant writer. 7,600 I swear you got paid less, we're not paying him, is this double or what?
So the 7,600 was for 2 months, and those are, his last bill, it will be in April. So you'll see him one more time on the check register, next check register for 3,800. And then that'll be it. That's correct.
He's already been released.
Last thing. Walking through CTE budget now, you have some things in here with general. I'm not looking at now is for CTE travel. I thought CTE kind of has their own budget.
CTE has their funding from 2 sources. One, they have a Perkins grant. That's fairly small. That's around $50,000-$60,000 a year, and there's everything for that has to be directly instructional. The rest of their money is from the general fund. The general fund, we have specific allotments for special education, which will get a certain amount of money per student in special education based on their setting. We get a certain amount of money for each student in the CTE course. And the CTE budget is part of the general budget, part of the foundation school program payment that we get every month. So again, it's a part of the general fund.
So something like gas, pipe, that they might use in the world,
Those are instructional materials and they come out of the general fund.
general fund, you know, use-
That's correct.
Any other questions for Dr. Prince when it comes?
Because, do we know exactly, I know it sounds like we're paying, Elizabeth, Ms. Ramos, she mentioned about the grant writer, but do we know exactly how much, we brought in through his services?
Well, I can go through the grants and the approximate amounts. The first one was the ESSER grant. That was a coordination with the district and with the grant writer, as all of them were. That was $1.1 million, but that was a wash. That was the one where they gave us $1 million in federal dollars and they took away from the state. We got the RSSP grant, which was assistance with providing remote instruction. That was not a certain amount of money, that was in-kind services. We applied for a technology grant, we did not get that. That would have been a couple $100,000. That was a competitive grant. We also got a grant for mental health services. That one again is in kind, that's not money, they're going to provide mental health services for Gillette Middle School for next year. And then the last one was the 2021 21st Century Grant. That one is still pending. We don't know if we got that grant yet. That will be for after school centers in our schools.
So the contract has dropped off. It's not a renewal.
That's correct.
So do you have a monetary value of what we did receive for his service?
Well,
Okay, that is gonna be a little hard to define because from what I saw, there was a lot of rewriting that had to be done by our staff. And so it's hard to know if the grants were attributed directly because of one person, or if it was because we did some rewriting.
whenever you have a grant writer on the outside, it's always a collaboration between their grant writing services and the district, because they obviously aren't in all of the meetings, and so it's not a one person effort. So it's really hard to come up with. But again, there is a lot of value that we got the grants that I mentioned.
So come back with that again?
The grants that we got, they are of value to the district.
They are of value.
Yes, are of value to the district.
The ESSER grant.
The RSSP grant and there's a mental health services grant, and the last one again is for the after school centers. We don't know if we got that grant.
And that's as a result of his
grant writing, is that correct?
It's a collaboration in which he assisted with us.
Were there any grants that we missed out on that maybe weren't turned in on time or?
Yes, that's correct.
There was?
Yes.
Okay. Was that his doing or our doing?
That was my doing. I happened to be laid up in the hospital for a serious injury.
And that was when? Was it before?
That was, I believe it was in July.
When did we hear about this grant on the after-school programs?
20%.
I can look into it and see.
Any other questions for Dr. Pitts when it comes to the check registry? Thank you, Dr. Pitts.
What was
Well, I hope you're happy with the new format for the check register, other than the printing of it. Hopefully it's clear.
Yes, thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item 7, new business. Item 7A, by common consent, the Board of Regents as one action item the following, pages 26 to 34. Approve the tax report for April 2021. Approve the finance report for April 2021. Approve the investment report for April 2021. Bryson, second by Lieutenant Colonel. Any discussion? Okay, go ahead.
Picture. I may ask this every month, I apologize if I do, but Dr. Pitts, why did we budget so low on our local tax this last year? Do you recall?
Yes.
Because that's when the comptroller was cracking us down.
Well, we didn't know what to expect because of COVID. We didn't know what type of collections we were going to get, so we budgeted low.
So we're ahead there.
Yes.
And it's only going to get better.
Correct.
So that goes directly to the bottom line. All right, I'm with you. When we go down into state program revenues, the 11 that's off of the 13 from last year is attributable most likely to ADA. And is that also that it's a reversal? Does that show up there at all in terms of the state holding the amount of money?
It's mostly due to ADA. The ESSER is going to be recognized as revenue this year, even though we didn't put it in federal revenue. It will be recognized this year, but it's not in the state revenue; it's in the federal.
But that's just a, so that we're good there. In terms of down in item expenditure number 13 and 21, curriculum and staff development is substantially lower than it was last year. Instructional leadership is up. Is that because we're doing more things in-house? That we have the staff to be able to do some of our professional development ourselves?
Well, that's part of it, but the biggest reason is we're using a lot of Title II funds to pay for a lot of our training and professional development, and then we're using Title IV to pay for capturing kids.
And those would not run through here.
Right, those are a different funding source.
Okay, that's it.
That was part of what happened this year in the budget, is that we started using more of our federal grants.
That's us right now. We're right now, like, we're going through the two-thirds. Right here, I see we have a deficit on 4.49.
That's the budget.
But that's what we budgeted, the deficit of that amount. What's the real number?
Right now, we're 2 million over, but we've got the summer to absorb with no ADA.
So we,
I like those, by the way.
And there's been no change really, I mean, enough to bring it back. So we're bringing it back actually on the next time because of something else we just read.
we received the prior purchase reimbursement. That was on the savings worksheet as expected, and we received the whole amount.
It was $705,300 and we got a certain percentage of what we spent on our technology from last year. We are waiting for another grant as well too, that we should hopefully find out in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And that one could be anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000, but we'll bring back the savings worksheet next board meeting and update you where we are.
I know the impact of $2 million less would be our reserves. And maybe we're over the 90-day limit. Maybe it's a little bit off. That's just one, how much have we cut into that?
Yeah, it's looking really good.
It wouldn't surprise me if we end up staying here like you.
Okay. And that makes a huge difference, frankly, on the budget process, because we're not trying to pay off last year's bill, you know, we're still
Exactly.
running. That's why that's important, you know.
The other thing we need to
Where we at
consider.
right now?
Well, I agree with Colonel I agree with Mr. Kufal. I think that there's a good chance that we're going to be under $1 million deficit for this year, and there's a chance that we get close to breaking even. So there's a couple of big grants we're still waiting on to see how much we get. There is also the property protest, which will be, $400,000 plus and change that we could get back to. So there's some big things that we don't know about yet that will determine how we end up.
Yeah, the state of the district, we're hoping to get as much information as possible, but I don't want to give anything out
I know,
before.
but that would be something that I would love to do.
And then I'll show
Autos.
me.
I'm a big fan of house building. We're not. That would be a nice thing for him to discuss, how house building is going to affect us.
I think you should close the remarks, not just doing a Q&A. I mean, we can bamboozle them into it.
Don't change your mind, please. Don't change your mind.
I have a question. I'm not a mathematician, never admitted to be, but on page 29, 52 security and monitoring, is that difference correct? It's $2.5 million.
No, that difference is not correct. I'll work on that. I'm not sure. Probably just data entry there.
That was my only question.
Any other questions when it comes to? All right. So there's been a motion in front of the board and seconded. If we accept the board reconsider one action item following. Approval of tax report for April 2021. Approval of financial report for 2021. Approval of investment report for 2021. All those in favor say aye.
Are we supposed to vote on something that needs to be changed, or no? I don't know how this works. I don't know what I'm about.
So then. Item 7B, consider approval of second reading of board policy CH local purchasing and acquisition page 35 on your board book. Dr. Sandoval.
Thank you. Share the screen. And here you go. All yours. We are going to do the second reading for board policy CH local. 2 weeks ago, we came in and did a first reading, and this CH local is in regards to the spending limit set by the board for the superintendent, and we're asking that we move it from 7,500 to 25,000.
Thank you, Mr. Sandoval. Again, this time, administration recommends the board of trustees approve the second reading of board policy CH local purchasing and acquisition as presented from 7,500 to 25,000. Moved by Mr. David Garcia, and second by Mr. James Gusi. Is there any discussion? Now proceed to vote. All those in favor of considering the second reading of board policy CH local purchase and acquisition from 75 to 25,000, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries on 6-1. Item 7, consider approval of first reading of board policy update 16 from the board vote on page 38. Dr. Sunball.
Okay, this is the first reading of update 116, which includes recommended local policy revisions concerning cyber security training, the dismissal appeal process for employees, student medical treatment, and the community conduct on school premises. We have 5 policies that we're looking to update or replace on update 116. The first one is going to be CQB local. A provision to CQB local eases compliance with state law provisions requiring the board to select a cybersecurity training program and verify a cybersecurity training by district employees. Recommended revisions to this policy provide for the board to delegate these responsibilities to the superintendent. The second policy is DCD local. Current policy provides a process that the superintendent or administration must follow before dismissing an at-will employee. The current policy we have in place now is not legally required. At-will employees are not entitled to due process. Moreover, this policy interferes with the administration's ability to act quickly in terminating at-will employees, including when a staff member's conduct raises issues. Recommended revisions clarify that at-will employees' appeals of dismissals will follow the district's employees grievance policy and not begin with the board. Policy DCE local. Recommended revisions clarify that an appeal by an employee whose non-Chapter 1 contract is not reissued at the end of the contract period would follow the district's employee grievance policy and not begin with the board. Policy FFAC local. Policy Service recommends several revisions to this local policy on student medical treatment to reflect current guidance from the Texas Department of State Health Services and common district practices. The first one is administrative details on student illnesses and actions are recommended for removal. Provisions on administrative medication provided by parents direct the superintendent to designate the employee authorized to administer medication and refer to administrative regulations for detailed requirements. This is a continuation of a FFAC local. In accordance with DSHS guidance, the policy now reflects that the district shall not purchase non-prescription medication to administer to students. And last on this policy is medical treatment provisions have been updated to clarify who may complete medical treatment authorization forms and reflect that the district shall seek appropriate emergency care for a student as required or deemed necessary. This new test is recommended to replace provisional tests that cover emergency treatment. And the last policy is GKA local. They recommend revisions that specifies that a person filing a complaint regarding refusal to entry or ejected from a property based on Education Code 7.105 shall be permitted to address the board within 90 calendar days. This change aligns with changes made in State 115 to the grievance policies of FH and GF. Those are the 5 that we're considering local policies for adoption. Again, this is the first reading. Any questions? If you look at the
I was going to answer the question. It's any non-certified, non-instructional. All be done.
Along those lines, on page 51, the actual proposed changes there. In the first paragraph, where it's talking about the non-chapter 1 contracts, what is the difference between the stricken language and the blue?
Yes,
I mean,
sir.
it's the exact same language. Now, I understand the meat of that is in the next paragraph, where the appeal is to be in accordance with the
Are we looking at DCD local?
DCE.
DCE. Okay.
Page 51. And there's, in the very first paragraph, there's some stricken language that's in red, some replacement language which is in blue, and it's the same. I think.
That's correct. I have to ask for clarification on that.
Because again, the meat of that is the striking of the red language down in the last paragraph.
That is correct. It is the same language. I can see clarification on that.
I thought I was.
So you go back to my. Okay. Any other position that would be in my job? That I'd be familiar with.
Athletic director, for one. Athletic director is typically not a chapter 21 contract. It's a professional contract or an athletic director contract. Janitors, anyone, custodians, anyone at lunch hall, anyone is at will be non-chapter 21. So.
Any other questions? Other questions? Or motion?
One more thing, Lord, sorry, it's just so you're aware, and whether you agree or disagree with this is fine. This is imposing a timeline for level 3 grievances, which we did last time under F and G, and this time under G series with community complaints. So there have been times in the past where it has been difficult, if not very challenging, to schedule level 3 grievances for a variety of real reasons of what was going on within the district. So understand that we are limiting ourselves to 90 days.
I second the motion.
Yeah. All right. Motion has been made by Mr. Elizabeth Ramos, seconded by Mr. Kufal, into the approval of the first reading of board policy update 116. Any other further discussion? Now we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of approving the first reading of board policy update 116, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries on 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Long. All right, item 17, approval of revised interlocal student transfer tuition agreement between Kingsville Independent School District and Ricardo Independent School District. Found on page 65. Dr. Bettis.
Yes, we're bringing back this MOU because we made sure that it was very clear on this MOU that students that we receive from Ricardo are being transported and dropped off, I guess you could say, picked up at the building at Ricardo ISD and the building in KISD and not the residences.
And again, we brought this back again. We talked about this at the last board meeting. Again, thank you, Ms. Ramos, for catching that. But again, in prior, the other agreement was never signed. Am I correct? So again, there was never anything signed prior. So again, we're bringing this up. It was never signed by Dr. Bettis and myself, so there's no different contract in place. That's why we're bringing it back again with the, again, like Dr. Bettis mentioned, stating that again, we will pick up and drop off at Ricardo Independent School District, not at residence. Go ahead and make that motion to consider approve the revised interlocal students transfer tuition agreement between Kingsville ISD and Ricardo ISD. Second.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Brian Kufal. Is there any discussion?
How many ninth graders are coming up? 8 years coming to ninth grade high school.
No, I did that for you because we have the course request sheets. What can I know that to you?
And, no, that's it.
Any other questions?
I have a law question. When it comes to number 5, and it's 1, 2. I just moved it down, comma, unless otherwise mutually agreed upon. Does that mean with the superintendents or with another, with it bringing up to the board again?
No, we give full autonomy to our superintendent to make a decision. Am I correct, Rachel?
So I don't have the context of that language, but typically when you have a mutually agreed in writing clause, it's between the two parties that have the authority to enter into the contract. So unless the superintendent is delegated authority in this matter to make any changes, both parties have to notify the other in writing and accept it between the two parties on that.
Do we hand over the delegation for the superintendent?
Well, it's been before the board for adoption. I would assume that the board is the authorizing party. So any changes to the MOU would likely come before the board writing.
I do have a slight problem because I just dealt with this today. Notice may be, excuse me, let me back that up. Notice may be given, delivered, whether actually received or not, when deposited USPS. Postage prepaid, certified mail. That's what I say. Return receipt requested. Then, the period and start off by saying that you can just put it on the mail, put a stamp on it, it's okay. We having no proof that they received it or vice versa. I don't understand why it would say you need to have it certified, and then the next sentence says, just put a stamp on it. So, I don't know if that helps legally.
Sure. So this is sort of, yeah, exactly. It's a addition of something called the mailbox rule, which is if something is postmarked by an official mail carrier, it is deemed presented as notice on the date it was postmarked.
So that doesn't mean just put a stamp on it, or for sure you received it.
Right. So it is deemed to receive as notice. We have certified mail returns.
I can honestly say, as where I was a board member, I've gotten mail back and forth from the AG's office and your office here, and none of it was certified. No one had any proof that they sent it to me, so I can say that I never received it. So I just want to make sure that we as a district are protecting ourselves when we get out any notices by mail, transmission by mail. Because I just dealing with this right now myself, so if it can happen to me, it can happen to me.
And again, in my team, I've never even heard of, we've had any type of disagreement, but I what you're saying. But we don't think we've had any issues with Ricardo when it comes to any issue. Again, there is a motion in front of the board as we speak right now, made by Mr. Corey Garza, second by Mr. Kuzal, that we accept the revised interlocal student transfer tuition agreement between KISD and Ricardo ISD. All in favor, say aye. Roll call vote has been asked by Lieutenant Colonel Bright. We'll go ahead and start with you, Colonel. Yes or no? No. Mr. Brian Kufal.
Yes.
Mr. Jim Lucy.
Yes.
Mr. David Garcia.
Yes.
Ms. Elizabeth Ramos.
No.
Ms. Delma Salinas.
Yes.
Mr. Corey Garza votes yes. Motion carries on a 5-2. Item 70, consider approval of memorandum of understanding between KISD and Boys and Girls Club of Kingston to be found on page 68. Dr. Peter Pitts.
This memorandum of understanding is the first in a series that will be brought before the board. The use of our facilities that we're not using for classes anymore. This one needs to come first because they are requesting use of the facility through the summer. The other ones will start in August or September. What they're requesting is use of the gym for basketball practices and basketball games. This MOU is a collaboration with legal. One thing that somehow in the back and forth that didn't get on your copy was the utilities. They're going to be responsible for the utilities. That is provision 10, that they're going to be responsible for paying all utility costs associated with the Memorial Gym. And then one of our clauses is that we're going to bill them monthly for that. I'll take any questions that you have about the MOU at this time.
Here's my question as to which was right, the MOU or what was before, if that has been amended. How How do you have the capability of isolating the expenses for utilities associated with the gym?
Yes, the gym is on a separate unit and has a separate meter.
This is the gym we're talking about, I thought we were talking about some.
For this, so,
We're trying.
we're- right, this is just a summer.
Right.
You're gonna see it.
My only concern about this, I agree, is that we have a way to show that this, the reason for consolidating the schools was to save money on utilities.
Yes.
And as long as we're consistent with that, this MOU, we're not, money we didn't know about, then that's great, that's fine, no problem. We're being true to we're being transparent with what we said.
And I think it's a good toe in the water to see if we do have any issues.
Okay.
So when we bring this before the board, we're asking for approval with the addition of that, the cost of the utilities will be paid by Boys and Girls Club of Kingsville.
I have a question. I usually do the basketball camp with Boys and Girls Club, and another way that they obtain money to help them operate is to sell ticket games. There's number two, no food will be allowed, so they can't sell food, water, popcorn, pickles to anybody during their.
That is correct, yes.
So I kind of forgot about that.
There's no food or drinks allowed in Texas. Again,
Does that remember?
They would be able to have fluids that are sealed fluids in a container. But food, no, they're only going to be there for those few hours.
it's just food as far as you said, popcorn, anything like that, are not gonna be allowed.
We don't want to have to worry about cleaning it up and leaving a mess and.
They're big.
And they'll still be probably having, some games at the facilities now.
I just felt bad when I saw that, because I thought that that's how they make some of their money. They sell the popcorn and pickle and whatever as a treat after the game. I just was concerned that maybe they cared about that, or I see we do it at the high school gym, so I didn't know why we couldn't do it at that gym.
Well, we're not going to have the regular custodial staff there.
It's their deal. And Colonel is correct, we did. And there was a proposed prior to this, and for that area, which would have been the gym, along with the cafeteria / gym and the fine arts circular there. But again, like Dr. Beth mentioned again, we wanted to take baby steps and seeing how this collaboration, which we're so excited to have a great partner. So again, that's why we were taking baby steps into going into this MOU with the, because with the Boys and Girls. Any other questions for Dr. Chris?
Yes.
You need to approve tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the memorandum of understanding between KSD
As amended.
as amended, yeah, as amended, they would pay for the utilities. Mr. Lieutenant Colonel Craig. Second by Ms. Elizabeth Ramos. Any other discussion? Keep in mind that we do make sure we put that amendment to the contract before we can sign. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Motion carries with 7-0. Right, item 7F, consider approval of purchase of 7,500. We found on page 74 in the board book. Dr. Peter Pitts.
The first one is to the flipping group for $115,300. You're familiar with capturing kids' hearts. That fund 2821 that you see there would be ESSER 3. We are proposing taking this, using ESSER 3 to pay for this. We would not have to pay for this till September, when even though the training would happen in August, we will be signing an agreement that with the passing of the new fiscal budget that we will be paying this vendor. The second one, AVID, is a program that provides study skills and Most of you are pretty familiar with that as well too. The 2551 fund that you see there is Title II. So that will also be taken out of the grant. I'll take any questions that you have.
All three levels now?
It's elementary and high school because middle school has already done that. However, the middle school, we're going to be entering into Libre sessions as well. So it's continuing the work that we started
Not
with.
the high school card.
Currently, no.
Okay, I remember a conversation sitting out there that this was all, okay, refresh my memory. This is all you need because you're gonna take what you learned from Kindergarten this year, and then everyone else is gonna teach everyone else. So I'm just kind of wondering, I mean. Then I remember,
We only did the Gillette and Memorial. We did Gillette and Memorial because now we're going to do the high school and the elementaries. We also did the leadership blueprint. So when we did the leadership blueprint, that wasn't any campus. That was just the leaders of the district. And then we were supposed to, which we have been implementing that in with our continuous.
Didn't your coaching staff attend?
Our coaches attended one session, but that was not the 2-day session. And that one, how much did we pay for that? Was it the 5,000?
It was close to 10,000 altogether.
To 13 people. And, but that's a different, they've got different sessions for different audiences.
So 115 is for elementary K through 5 and high school for this upcoming 2022 school year, correct?
Correct.
And to the ESSER 3 grant.
Correct.
Okay, you heard the recommendation by administration for following, accept the purchases over 7,500 to personal and capture kids, the living capturing kids' heart coming out of the ESSER grant total of 115,300, and the AVID, the membership digital XP professional curriculum programs, and district leadership coming out of the first grant, total 21,639. Is there a motion? There you go, Mr. Cookball. Second by Ms. Olivia Bowles. Any discussion? There is no discussion. We're going to proceed to vote. All those in favor of approving the purchase over 75 by administration, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Motion carries on 6-1. Thank you, Dr. Pitts. All right, moving on. Item number 8. The board will enter into closed session in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.074 to deliberate and consider the following. Item 8A, consider resignations of contracted employees. Consider employment of contracted employee, director of secondary instruction, and discussion with legal counsel regarding legal and personnel matters. And item 18, discussion of proposed board goals.
Yeah, Mr. President, I wanted to clarify just on an open record, item F, discussion of proposed board goals. That is a continuation of advisement of legal counsel, just for the purposes of the open meetings act.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. There's no action will be taken until we come back to open session. We're now entering closed session at approximately 7:05.
He slows. Yeah, or he doesn't put it in. And we've talked about this, but he's thinking of maybe just turning them on where they stay on. But even if it's on right, if he had it too far up,
They're doing intentional.
then I think.
For Miss Salinas, the same.
She didn't have this on.
And I get messages in here. I can hear.
Or you have people asking?
People text me that your sound doesn't work. It's not my sound, it's they don't use the microphone.
Yeah. Or we have to talk about that. Maybe we should do something for it.
I'm sure she has told them already. So I was thinking, Tim didn't say hi. I went to approach him over there, he just ran. Pero está enojado.
Who did?
Tim,
Oh, no, just haven't known.
aquí estuvo con la esposa.
I saw him and you just walked. He didn't even tell you hi. Yeah.
That's
Because
fine,
you didn't hire
that's
him.
fine, that's fine.
Yes. Yeah, he was good. Just like this recognized it. I saw him on this. He told me he goes. Yes, he knew that. He told me he
I know that's your dinner, sir. Oh. And you're so good to sit around and wait.
Of course.
No comment.
We are now returning to open session to take necessary action on matters which the board may discuss in open session. Which action may be taken. We're now returning to open session at approximately 8:20. Item 9A, Dr. Bennett.
Yes, administration recommends that the board of trustees approve the contracted employees' resignations as presented in closed session.
Heard the recommendation by the superintendent of the resignations of contracted employees. Is there a motion?
So move.
Mr. James Luce, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Thomas Lee, is there discussion? All those in favor of the consideration of the superintendent, the approval of resignation from contracted employees, say all say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Motion carries 7-0. Sorry, keep on calling. Item 9B, Dr. Betts.
All right. Administration recommends that the board of trustees approve the following contracted employee as presented for the director of secondary instruction, Ms. Cynthia Winchester.
You heard the recommendation by the superintendent to approve the employment of the contracted employee and the director of secondary instruction. Is there a motion? Mr. Davis, is there a second? Second by Ms. Thomas Lee. Any discussion? Now proceed to vote on the recommendation by the superintendent of the employee to Cynthia Winchester to be the director of secondary instruction. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries 7-0. There being no other further business coming before this board, I actually adjourn this meeting at approximately 8:22.
And for clarification, we've got